First item on the agenda is the acceptance of minutes. Can I get a motion on the minutes of July 11?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we adopt the minutes of July 11th as written, with just the exception that the members who were absent and others present have some minor clerical corrections.
He's going to forward that to me, and I'll get the minutes back.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We'll get right into site design review and update, and I'll recognize Scott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You may recall in our last presentation, we presented some information on the site, but our agenda was focused elsewhere. There were a number of really thoughtful questions that the committee raised with regard to several aspects of the site, and then we felt like tonight was a good opportunity to revisit and do a more comprehensive review of the site and respond to some of those questions. Chris Bradner is here from Traverse Landscape. They're our landscape architect. And Andrew Shagnon is here from Vertex Engineering. They're our civil engineer. And so the two of them are going to walk through the majority of our site presentation tonight and step you through it. Certainly, as always, ask any questions that are appropriate at the time that you feel appropriate, Mr. Chairman, and we'll move right through it.
Thanks for having me back. I think the last time I was here was a few months ago. And thanks for having Andrew as well to explain some of the site engineering that's going on. I just wanted to take a minute to talk to you about some of our big picture process that we go through when we start a new school. So probably when we started working on schematic design 2 years ago, we set ourselves some goals, some like big picture site goals that may have something to do with the project in its entirety, and sometimes it's just our internal goals as designers of what we want to get out of the project. And I thought it might be a little helpful. I don't know if some of that information got portrayed in some of the very old building committee meetings or not, so I just wanted to take a minute and review our big picture goals for the Watertown elementary schools, and that would be wellness and connectivity. And the reason we picked those two goals is after looking at the mission statements for all three schools, there's specific language in each of the mission statements that talk about responsibility to our community and to our world, about lifelong skills, and about lifelong learning. So when we take those mission statements, those pieces of those mission statements, and we think about what these elementary school students are learning when it comes to the exterior environment for us, it really means creating lifelong habits at an early age. And a lot of that has to do with walking and biking to school, because these are all neighborhood schools. It has a lot to do with the appreciation of the environment, generally speaking, and specifically thinking about life cycles, water cycles, habitats, ecosystems, and ultimately human responsibility, and what these kids are going to grow up understanding and knowing. And I want to point out that our work in other communities, I tend to always bring up what Watertown is doing. You guys have a district garden coordinator on staff, and we've met with her and have had great conversations, and I think the fact that you guys do this here is a real inspiration for other communities, and you should be proud of that. So that's what I wanted to mention as a part of the big picture. And what we do is we go back and we revisit these principles at every stage of the process. So being here tonight and having just completed design documents, design development documents, allows us the chance to revisit these goals and making sure that we're on track for the success of the project. All right, so getting into the weeds a little bit more, these bubble diagrams that you see up on the screen are emphasizing really 4 general things. The garden areas, the open space, the playgrounds, which include hardscape and play structure environments, and points of dismissal and arrival for the students. These are very similar to some of the older diagrams we've presented in the past. They just look a little bit different as we're continuing to develop the site. But I wanted to just show you that these areas have not changed, square footages have not changed, and in fact, they just get better and better and more refined as we go. So I wanted to point that out. I also wanted to point out that we'll be meeting again with staff, including principals and teachers, garden coordinators, and volunteers, again, I think in September, to review the design documents and making sure that all of the things I'm showing you tonight will also be presented to them, to make sure that we're in alignment with everything from composting bins to picnic tables to playground apparatus. I don't know if I want to go to the next slide. So I'm going to go over some of these briefly. Just wanted to show you some site furnishings that we're looking at for all 3 schools. And I wanted to show you this because some of these furnishings will be the same for all 3 schools. That allows maintenance over time to replacement parts to be similar across the board. And then in some cases, these site furnishings are maybe a little different and unique to each school. I wanted to point out, this is just a slide that we'll be bringing back to the staff and the garden coordinator to make sure that we're in line with all of the things we heard back at our programming meeting. These are some of the things that they liked or they have already in their outdoor garden areas. And then the next few slides is just going over play equipment, and we're presenting this back to the staff. We really want their input on things they like and don't like. We're able to switch out and change things along the way. You'll see a lot of similar play equipment in at each of the schools. Again, long-term maintenance costs for replacement, having pieces and parts ready. And some of these are going to be a little unique. One of the interesting things about each site is Hosmer, for instance. So we're showing some different play equipment for the older kids at Hosmer. And the reason we're doing that is its location near the Charles River and the flatness of the land there. We really want to emphasize some learning opportunities of like the riverbank and coming out of the courtyard and across the drive and into rain gardens and into play areas to emphasize different sort of play that's maybe a little more natural. So we're introducing this different play equipment that speaks to that. And of course, the plant material will also be a learning abilities for students to talk about habitat and things that grow near the riverbank. This is the Cuniff School. Again, there's some similarities in the play equipment. This again will be reviewed with the staff to make sure it's all appropriate for their needs. This happens to be for the younger group at Cuniff. And then the next slide is the older group. I think there's also some versatility on every year is a little bit different. Sometimes they'll have first and third in one play area and second and fourth in another play area, and we've talked about how it does change for them. So having some versatility in the play equipment, making sure it's age appropriate for everyone. And then Lowell is basically the replacement of the kindergarten play area outside of the new wing, and that's kind of replicated in size.
If you could hold on for 1 second.
Yep.
I have a question, and Laurie has a question. Laurie?
Right now, most, not all, but most of our playgrounds are overseen by the recreation department. So my question really is going to be, is that the way it's going to be, or is that a decision that we're going to have to make later?
Steve, I'm not sure that that's a decision that this committee makes. I believe that, my question was going to be to the landscape architect, have you included recreation as part of your staff meetings?
Yes,
Okay.
and we will
Steve?
continue to do so. Yep.
I had one question. It seems like most of the play equipment you have is either metal or plastic. And, you know, I'm certainly sensitive to the maintenance issues, but, you know, I've seen some other playground designs that incorporate more natural materials. and
Yep.
I don't know if that's something you could comment on?
Yes, so on the Hosmer site, we did include some more natural materials. in the playground for the older, the K through 5. And that's part of having the upcoming programming meetings to talk about the actual play equipment that we're currently specifying. There's some versatility in switching those out, whether it be material, colors, or structures themselves. We want to make sure we hit sensory points for motion, spinning, swinging, climbing. We want to hit all those, noise. We want to be able to hit all those sensory pieces in the play equipment. So that's what we're doing right now, is hitting all those points, and then the actual piece of equipment and the material can change.
Maybe
Ari?
next time when you meet with Recreation, I could be involved. I'd be happy to do that if that works for you.
Sure.
Ari?
And then just a follow-up, I think that decision should be discussed earlier than later, because although Recreation oversees it, DPW does the maintenance on it, and so before we approve anything or do that, I would want to bring all three of them in, and we would need to decide who was going to be maintaining that.
That's why it's important that even Steve be included in any conversations that you have.
Can you name those 3 entities again?
DPW, Recreation Department, and then Mr. Magoon. And then possibly myself, depending on how it falls.
Okay.
Lindsay?
My question is just about between the 3 schools and viewing the play spaces as a town resource and not just for the schools. Is right now the status of Watertown playgrounds, including our parks and the ones involved in the schools, are almost all, I think, oh gosh, maybe it's every single one, is the same company, almost all the same play structures, and maybe a different color. And while I understand that's super convenient, they can be maintained all the same way, it's also pretty boring for residents and kids to be able to travel anywhere in town, and it's basically all the same playground. We have dozens of playgrounds all over town, and they're kind of all the same. And so from a town resource point of view, I'd be really interested in all 3 playgrounds that we're working on being different in different materials, in different structures, in different look and feel, just because as a town resource, we really are in need of some variety for kids to visit and travel to when it's not school daytime.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Please.
All right. So now we're going to get into specifics of some of the site drainage and utilities. And Andrew's going to help with this discussion, and I'm going to chime in.
We understand that there was some questions at some of the last meetings, particularly around some of the utilities and things like that, and grading. We're going to try to answer those, please. Obviously, if there's any other questions, let us know. This first slide, I understand, you can see where I'm moving the cursor around right here. There was some concern that people thought this area looked like a drainage swale or a drainage pond, and that's really not our intent. The grading there is fairly flat. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you can actually see we did a cross-section through there. Grades are very, very flat, 2%, 1% through there. We worked with Chris and her team on the landscaping for the fields to make sure that the outfields were properly graded to make sure that we can play there. There will be a drainage structure there that can take water out of there. So I just wanted to be clear, it's not intended to be a pond or a swale of any sort. When it's done, it should look like grass mowed, and you really shouldn't notice that there's a depression there. I did also want to mention, as long as we're talking about drainage on these fields particularly, the field design does include an under-drain system for it. So, as we're rebuilding these fields, it will have what's called a slot drain system. It's a perforated pipe with stone above it. It goes underneath these fields in a herringbone pattern, and it will help remove water from them. One of the things, and I'll talk a little bit more about it when I talk about drainage, but recently we did some additional test pits out here, and at all the schools, we're really seeing that the soils are not well drained and that you have fairly high groundwater table at all of them. So that should help keep the fields dry from below. In addition to that, they will be graded such that they shed to either side. Again, this area that is a depression, but certainly not a drainage pond, there'll be drainage on both sides like that to help pick that up. While we're on this slide, I also did just want to mention, you know, there was some concern about the paving of the gravel parking lot and how much parking do we have there compared to what we had before. And I think if you look at, it's a little bit hard to tell because the gravel parking lot is not striped right now, so we need to make some assumptions on exactly how many cars park there. But I think if you look at the parking lot that is eliminated off of Winthrop and the gravel parking lot, we believe that existing, you have somewhere around 55, 57 spaces, somewhere along those lines. And in the new paved parking lot, we have 50 spaces shown. So you're down by a couple spaces, but it's not a significant change in the amount of parking that you had available on site.
I want to just point out on this slide, I just want to point out on this slide, the pink box and the blue box in the field area. Just to be clear, the blue box indicates the existing striped field that we've seen out there currently. It's 200 by 260. I put a block out there just so you could see that what you stripe out there as a field now could be still striped over there. It does overlap with some of the infield areas of the softball. The pink box indicates a field running north-south, not overlapping with the infield areas. Both the blue box and the pink box can officially be striped as a U12 field. Or you can stripe many U8s, U10s, whatever you want out there in multiple areas. So I just wanted to point that out.
For each of the schools, we wanted to just take a minute and talk about how the proposed improvements impact existing utilities. It's really the Hosmer that has the most impact. If you look at the colored lines that travel through the site, those represent the orange is drainage, green is sanitary sewer, blue is water, purple is gas, and red is electric. The red building that you see now is the existing structures, and the heavy dark line that sits over that with the hatch inside is the proposed building. And so we do, as you can see on the north side, we really do have some impacts right through here, and it's something we've known. I think if you were to look in the DD drawings, we show these utilities rerouted, but you are going to have impact on a water line that's there, a gas line that is there, and a sewer line that is there. The drainage, we're kind of making changes to the drainage anyway, regardless of the footprint of the school, but we do realize that there's several lines that go through this area that need to be relocated, and they are shown on the DD plans as relocated out and through the around the footprint of the new school. It is something, as we progress further, one of the things that we're going to need to produce, and particularly for this school, is a detailed set of phasing drawings that shows how does phasing work for each, for this site. And we've already started in the process of doing those. One of the things that we will look at that time is how do we phase these utilities so that they can be done without cutting out services to the facility, and so that the facility can keep operating when it needs to as we make the relocation to the utilities. We looked at, again, we'll look at this for each one of the schools, but we looked at how deliveries could happen at the school. And again, we understand that Hosmer is one that may have the biggest change to it. It is our understanding that at this time, box trucks and the occasional 18-wheeler drop off actually park on either Winthrop or Hancock. And they then wheel the, whatever they're delivering from there into the existing school. So we took a look at, our intent is that they'll actually use adjacent to the Brigham House and in between the field, and that will be where deliveries will come now. To achieve that, they really need to back into the site. This is not something that we think is that unusual. We've designed schools like this before. One of the recent ones that we did, I know, was Hingham Middle School, where their loading dock is down the side of their building. They need to back into there. There would be an option if the trucks wanted to, where they certainly could just pull partially into the site as they do on the side of Winthrop now and wheel their goods in at that time. But we wanted to show that they actually can get into the site if they need to. If you look in the bottom right-hand corner, we also wanted to take a quick look at hey, what would it look like if we said we're going to let a truck drive in and turn around in the site and then drive back out? And, you know, we wanted to use the worst-case scenario, which in this case would be an 18-wheel truck, which you've shown. As you can see, it's certainly something that we could achieve, but a couple of things happen. Number one, you start to have an impact on your field space. I think maybe just as importantly, one of the goals that we've been trying to achieve all along here is kind of really developing this public entrance space here at this corner of the building. And so we're certainly willing to take this scheme a little bit further if it's the committee's desire, but it seems to us that it has an awfully large impact on the project, both from a field point of view and that public entrance.
Comments
Yeah,
at this
before
point?
I
'Cause
move on
think-
from this slide, anybody want to?
Yeah, I know Laurie had raised this, and
Yeah, I think it's doable. I do worry about them backing up, and that it is a pretty long distance, you know, going from that road over to the Brigham House and back on a corner of an elementary school with kids. These truck drivers are amazing, but sometimes they're not as careful as we want them to be. So it concerns me a little bit, but but it's not a showstopper.
so can we say that we continue to refine this concept?
And I mean, we're also willing to talk about if there's other options. Are there places where it makes sense for them to pull over on the side of the road as they do now? We could certainly look at those options also.
Yeah, and I think, you know, 18-wheelers coming in happen, but that is not the majority of the trucks, so there's still, so yeah, we can talk offline just a little bit more, but I think that we can move forward with this.
You'll see it in a couple more slides where we do some three-dimensional analysis, but I think our recommendation would be that we achieve the rare instance when an 18-wheel truck would come in, that we recognize that it would either pull in straight or back out or have to back in, and that if a box truck comes to the site, it's easier, and they'll drop here. They might drop on Concord, which is sometimes what they do now, but our recommendation would be that we not develop an extensive turnaround and paved area just for that instance when they are dropping, because it does eat up a lot of the site.
John?
Well, I just was trying to clarify the option D, which is, I think, what you're referring to there. Are you actually proposing that would be done?
No,
No, we want to, sorry, go ahead, Scott.
we're just suggesting that kind of scheme would take up an enormous amount of the field area and would require a lot of additional paving,
Yeah.
and is probably not necessary.
Yeah, I would, okay.
We didn't want to present, hey, we're proposing that they either, back partway into the site or a little bit further in the site and make drop-offs without at least showing, look, we looked at other options here and what happens if we try to turn them around in the site.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, as Lori says, for a big truck like that, 18-wheeler, to back into that would be quite a challenge. I'm sure they could do it, but that would not be an easy task, I suspect.
They may prefer, again, and we're just showing the worst-case scenario in this instance. If they brought an 18-wheel truck to the site, they might do exactly what they do now, which is stop on Concord Road,
Yeah,
wheel whatever they've got in.
yeah.
And so we're not recommending that we try to accommodate that rare instance where it might be an 18-wheel truck, and they come to this spot, and we allow them to completely turn it around in that area. We're just suggesting that that's probably too conservative approach and takes up too much of the field area.
Laurie?
I agree that we probably don't need to go towards D with the 18-wheeler, but the typical box truck, I don't see us having a slide up there. I know we're doing worst case, but could they turn around and it's not take up that much paving space?
We are showing them back in, and that's the option A, which is the typical.
But just backing in,
typical delivery truck.
could
Yep.
that truck somehow turn around? Because that's a more typical truck?
That
What
one-
would that look like, I guess?
That one would also still take a significant amount of field space to turn around on-site.
Because I think that could be a problem, because too often, now I have custodians that are gonna have to walk out to that box truck and bring it out, so that at least.
So they can pull into the parking lot, the new paved parking lot, as you see in A.
Okay, option A.
They pull into the parking lot, and then they can back down the driveway and all the way down close to the service doors. Or they can stop before the curve, or they can stop halfway down the curve. And you'll see in the next few slides, the space accommodated for that.
Yeah, we do have some 3D views that you'll be able to see. I think when you see the actual scale of the truck with the drive, it might help our discussion.
For A and B, what wheelbase is that model?
I forget off the top of my head what the design truck is, what size. I can provide you with that. I forget. It was a box truck. And B is a standard garbage truck. Steve, I can provide you with what the design vehicles we use were.
Vinnie?
Yeah, I just point out, the garbage trucks go there every day, every morning to pick up the trash, in the drawing B there. And that's where they're not actually there, they're actually up further. But the garbage trucks back in there every single day, and it's not an issue, so.
Yeah, you're saying they access that space now.
Right, that way, and they have to back in. They either drive in or back out, or back in and drive out. So they're doing that every single day now during school, so if you look at B, that is the current state. Except instead of going down, the dumpsters.
Yeah, it will depend on whether they have, so some garbage trucks are a front-load truck, and if it's a front-load truck, they would pull in straight and then back out.
Back up. That's what they
If it was
use,
a rear-load
yeah.
truck, they would back in and then pull
They
out.
typically are, the school department that comes around in the morning is the front load.
The
truck
front load.
Yeah.
With the forks.
So they actually drive in and then
And then
they
back out. So they're doing it today, so it's
Yes,
not.
and additionally, whoever's doing the service for the Brigham House are doing almost that same exact movement, because they're pulling in they're right at the dumpster's right at the corner of the Brigham House. I can show you some 3D views. So this is looking towards the new Hosmer School, where the community entrance is, and also looking at a box truck back down into the service area. We're showing two views here, and you'll see two in the next couple slides, because we were looking to try to hide the service with a taller fence and evergreen, evergreen planting and shrub planting to try to hide the service as you're walking along that curved walkway to the community entry. In some of the views, it actually looks like it starts to hide the community entrance too much. So we're showing another option with a lower fence and lower plant material. Can switch to the next slide. This is a view looking from the little parking lot off of Concord Street, with the Brigham House on your left, the new Hosmer building on your right, and the fields in the background. Switch to the next. This is showing walking out of the community, the new community doors, walking out of the school, and your view going along, again, along that curved walkway with just an example of a box truck parked in the service area in front of the dumpsters. And then the next one. And this is a view from the fields looking towards Concord Street, walking along that curved walk to the community entrance, and the view of the service area, which, also starts to dip down from this vantage point. And we can flip back and forth if you want to view those again.
John?
Just my 2 cents on it. I don't know, I wouldn't reduce the plant heights, I would keep them high. I mean, once people know that it's a community entrance, they know it's a community entrance. So my perspective, I would actually make them higher.
I was going to say the same thing, because you have a curved walkway taking you where you want to go.
Yep.
I mean, I would agree with John that if you want to, I would prefer that we cover the service area.
Shield it. yeah.
Shield it, yeah. Heidi?
The only thing I was going to say is when we go to trainings about security around schools, if there were an active shooter or some other event, the guidelines are actually to keep all of that low and the low-hanging branches on trees cut high so that people don't have a hiding place. So just want to point that out.
Good point. So much for our concept, John.
Well, I mean, I think there may be a middle ground there, I'm not sure. I mean, those look like they're like, I don't know, 2.5, 3 feet high. I think you can go higher than that.
There-
I suppose it depends on the kind of bush and,
I've got two levels of, I've got low stuff in the front, and then right against the fence line, I'm looking at either, 4 to 6 foot high,
Yeah.
or the next level higher, which gets into that other point
yeah.
of
yeah.
security.
Any other questions on this? Pardon me? We're not into the species yet. We're just doing concepts.
I'm going to, and I apologize for this, but I'm going to skip back real quick. One of the things that I intended on talking about back when we were at this screen that I neglected to, you may, in our DD set, we had proposed a fairly large infiltration system under the field here. We had also proposed an infiltration system over here. We are in the process, and Scott, I don't know if you talked about this last time, but we are in the process of reevaluating that to a certain extent. We're, the process with drainage design, we want to make sure that it happened at the right time here. We want to make sure that we really knew the way that the site was going to lay out. Obviously, you have a very stringent stormwater requirements that we need to try to meet, and when we present that information, we wanted to be sure about what we were presenting. So once we really knew what the site and buildings were going to lay out as, we just recently did another round of test pits. We looked at what we think the infiltration capacity would be at these sites, and we are now scheduled to go back to DPW and engineering and talk about that. Truth be told, the infiltration capabilities of all 3 sites is not very good. So the way that your bylaw is written, it says we need to retain all water on site unless we can't, and then we need to, if we can't, then we would need to meet the requirement to the extent practicable, which will be a discussion back and forth. My understanding is that will be a back and forth with DPW and engineering, what to the extent practicable will mean. Before we had that conversation, they wanted us to do this soil testing. So we're in the process of preparing, a report to them saying, hey, here's what we found on site, here's what we think the limitations are, and please let's have this dialogue about how we're going to go forward. The drainage that we included in the DD was if we found favorable conditions from a groundwater point of view, and if the soils matched exactly what we thought we were going to see based on the soil survey and the original borings, how we thought we could actually achieve your bylaw. I think we're at a point now where we're questioning whether that will be possible, and we're going to go through these discussions with the DPW and engineering. We were scheduled to meet with them again on the 27th. There's a conflict there, so we're looking at rescheduling that. But those conversations will be ongoing. My anticipation is they will revolve around.
George, upstairs. We have a very popular recreational marijuana community meeting this evening, and I don't think they want to be here looking at this, so, sorry.
So just to,
Right, not the right plants for.
Yeah.
So just kind of to close that out, I think where we'll be going with this is saying how can we get as much infiltration as we can on the site? And I think we're going to be talking about things like tree box filters and rain gardens, things of a little bit not quite as deep as an underground infiltration system. And that will be true for all three of the sites.
Steve?
Just one, it's probably kind of pointless at this point, but I did get a concern expressed to me that the guys that were doing the test pits, that they, didn't take out the soil, sod and, do the digging and put the sod back, that it was left kind of a mess. Again, you're probably done doing all your test pits, and I'm sure it was a subcontractor you hired to do it, but for future reference, they could be a little, because these were our ball fields where they were doing that, and it creates a problem if you have a trip hazard in the middle of a ball field.
Yeah, I apologize for that. That's probably a misunderstanding on my part. I did schedule the test pits. I can tell you, I came out and saw them, and I made sure that both the guy who works for me and the site contractor, as a matter of fact, the guy who works in my office has got about 1,000 rocks in the back of his truck right now because they made sure that they raked them all out. I did not realize that we were supposed to lift up the sod and put it back down, so I apologize for that.
Sure.
Any other questions? Laurie?
Just one last question. These doors that are by the loading dock, I'll have to look on the designs, but those can take full pallets?
Yeah,
Full pallets can go in?
yeah.
We did, and I think that's true of all three of the schools that we talked about where deliveries need to be and the fact that you need to wheel pallets inside.
Ron?
Yeah. Just real quick, I'm back on the walkway there again. Just one, you show a fence there that's a see-through wire fence? Is there, as opposed to something that would be more opaque? Was there a reason for that?
I think because I did want some visibility through that area, I wanted the vegetation to get sun from all sides and not just be shaded on one side. I did want to be able to essentially see the community entrance, to see where you were going. You'd see through the plant material, you'd see through the wire fence. But in the end, once you got on the path and you were going towards the door, you'd feel like there was a buffer between you and the hard, messy service court.
Well, you may look at options there. I mean, I don't know that you have to, if you don't do a see-through wire, you could do something that still has some slats to it or
True.
has some visibility through it, but provides a little bit more of a buffer
Yep.
to, particularly where the dumpsters are and that sort of thing in the back part of it,
Yep.
it seems to me.
Certainly. Okay, thank you.
So if everybody's good with Hosmer, we're going to move on to Coniff. A little bit more straightforward. We do not have, again, similar setup as the last one. You can see the utilities, existing utilities are in color. The red building is the existing building. The dark hatched line is the proposed building. Because we're kind of streamlining the footprint of the building a little bit, we do not have a conflict with any existing utilities, so we're not needing to reroute utilities in this option. In the DD set, we did have significant drainage designed underneath this parking area as well as underneath this play area. Again, that was based on what we had seen for soils in the soil survey and where we were guessing groundwater might be. We did find fairly restrictive soils here again and significantly high groundwater. So we'll have a similar conversation with the DPW and engineering on this site. Likewise, we looked at deliveries here. I mean, our understanding is, you're not going to get an 18-wheeler into the site just with the grade change coming in. But for your typical delivery truck or your trash truck, the middle option shows what it would look like if a trash truck backed in. We are planning on having a turnaround, as you can see if you look at A and C. You cannot just drive into the site and make a loop around that turnaround with trucks of these size. The intent is that island would be like a cobbled island. It would not be, we're not talking about having plantings or grass in the middle of it. We wanted to show that a truck could actually get in here and make the movement around this island without running over it. But factually, we want to make it so that it can be run over, and we anticipate that they will run over it to get in and out of the site more easily.
I just want to I just want to point out that there's sort of a bigger adjustment in this plan that you'll notice, and that's subsequent to our discussion 2 weeks ago. We did move the service access, and we shifted the garden, and we'll talk about this on another slide, but we shifted the garden area to what we think is a better location and made a pure service access that does come up to the building now. And we think, and it allows the green space to get larger. We think there are several improvements associated with that adjustment, and you'll see a little bit more of that, I think, in a slide that shows where the revised garden area is located. Okay.
Is this kind of a long way to travel for the dumpster from the building? Is this typical, this length of a,
The dumpster's big.
that looks like a dumpster, right?
Yeah, it is. That's where it's located on the site now.
Okay.
And so they're coming out of the building and going to that location now. Since we have a revised service area, we can certainly talk to the staff and administration and Lori there about whether they would really want to place that in that location or they would end up placing it in our newly created service area. It's a good
I
point.
mean, I think it works there because if they're coming early enough, they get in, they get out without a lot of having to maneuver.
Yeah, from the truck's access in and out, that's a good spot. From our access, it's a little bit far, but it's doable. Did you say cobblestone?
Something, a hard surface.
Okay.
A hard surface. So,
Okay, just make sure.
yeah, a different, so we want it to show as an island in normal traffic around. It could be, again, we're not to materials yet. It could be scored concrete, it could be colored asphalt of a different color. It could be raised a little bit or not raised a little bit. But the idea is, we realize with this configuration, traffic is going to go over that, possibly even vehicular traffic. So we want to make it so that it's clearly a turnaround there, but recognize we don't want you guys to have a maintenance disaster where it's a mulched island that people are driving over all the time.
Right, and I still want to be able, we're still going to have to wheel things in and out of that area, so we want to make that,
Also, the plowing situation, I like the idea of potentially a different color painted there, because I would hate to have it get ripped up in the first winter.
Understood.
Yeah, just
Steve.
a real minor comment on that page. I'm curious about the round half-court basketball. Why is that round as opposed to,
The round basketball half-court, Chris.
since basketball courts aren't round?
We're just looking at putting one hoop
Yeah.
in this space, so it's just an option for striping for one hoop. It's not uncommon, it's certain applications.
No, I agree with the idea of one hoop and a half court. It's just curious that you kind of made it round. The space behind the basket is just kind of wasted. It's not like they're going to play basketball there, or, I don't know, just struck me as odd.
Even if behind the basket isn't round, or if we don't stripe it as round and we just have the play area and the foul area right there, they're going to be shooting baskets and missing, and we're going to have space behind the basketball hoop.
Sure. Yep.
Yeah, and this certainly could be striped with a straight line down the side as opposed to rounded.
Elodia?
Elodia Thomas, 67 Marion Road. I'd really like to suggest that you go look at Lincoln Park in Somerville, because they have both the public park area and then the elementary park right next to it. They did a great job with the basketball court there. They did a great job with very simple materials, and they have some really terrific play structures. Too many of the play structures in this look like it's all for little kids. It wouldn't appeal to me as a 5th or 6th grader, but I think it definitely could use some improvement. And they're very unusual, and they've done a great job. It's one of the best parks I've seen. And there's stormwater under the entire park.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
So again, moving on to the Lowell site, again, Obviously, renovation here as an addition, we're not impacting any of the existing utilities. We may do some minor reroutes of some utilities in this area with all the, what we're looking at for retaining walls and that type of work that happens in here. We'll evaluate how that might impact them. In addition to that, this is the area where we have been taking a look at infiltration. A little bit more straightforward on this site because it's a redevelopment, not a total replacement, so your regulations would allow us to try to retain on site just the increase as opposed to the entire site. It still may be a challenge because of the materials that we found here. This entire hill area is all fill, some of it, and unfortunately, none of it nice sand material, but that's where we will be looking for. If we do an underground infiltration system, that's where we would be looking at doing it. So there could be some minor reroutes of utilities in this area, but that's really the only spot where we think there would be an impact to existing utilities. There is, we will be looking at maybe moving the electrical service on this side of the building too, and that has to do with the new layout of the building. I'm sorry, I think it's on this side of the building. Is that right here, Chris? I'm sorry.
As a result of expanding the parking right here in the corner,
Yep.
we just have a little relocation of the service where it comes in there.
But minor utility impacts on the low. And then we're actually going to have a new delivery spot here, which we think is going to work well. It is my understanding that right now the utilities come down, the deliveries come down into the existing parking lot that's Air Park, and then wheel the deliveries all the way in into this part of the building. And we think with this new change here that we'll be able to back your delivery trucks right in fairly easily, have deliveries be there, not be wheeling the goods for a long way.
I would just add that one of the additional benefits of that is the school will actually have a receiving area where those things can be brought into the building. The reason they don't bring them into the back now is there's no receiving area, there's no service area, but as a reminder, there's an addition going in this corner, and that addition will accommodate that kind of receiving to take place for the school.
Laurie?
Another decision, not necessarily for this group, but right now Lowell Road is considered a driveway parking area, not necessarily a road. We've had talks with DPW that possibly making that a road, a decision, Steve, that I think we need to make sooner than later, because if they're changing the utilities on the other side of that street where they tie into is gonna, might help, we might want to know who's going to be owning it and where it's going to be tying to, because right now it's tied to the Lowell building, and so we could also tie it to outside to the parking area, so that might determine who owns that area.
Anyone else?
What else you got?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris, I didn't realize that those were there.
Yep, so we, at the last building committee meeting, I think you saw some renderings of the new front entryway. So we weren't gonna revisit that, because you've seen that, and that's what's developing currently. But in the back, we wanted to show you what we were thinking about in terms of outdoor learning, where we can impact the hillside in a positive way, but also have it knit into the view corridor of the historic old entryway of the building, and also tuck in outdoor learning, school gardening, where it's not visible from, say, Orchard or George. So the image to the right is if you're standing not down on George or Orchard, because the street trees are in the way there, but if you're kind of inboard of that in the lawn area down at the lower corner, and you're viewing up the gradient towards the building, we still have, the trees, the maple trees that surround the new addition. Those are to the right, and then new trees along the front of the school and kind of replacing kind of the old, that old stately pastoral feeling of the landscape. And then the image to the left indicates shade structure, to get shade in for student activities outdoors when they need it, and also large gathering space, talking to the school and wanting to have a whole grade out there at once and providing space that's interesting and dynamic out there. And then the replacement of the K playground to the right of the left image. I think there might be one other. Yeah, just two more views. The image to the left is viewing the school garden area as you're coming out of that notch in the building where service, that we were just explaining, that service used to go in. Students would be able to come out here not only to access the playground, the hillside, the outdoor learning area, but also the school garden. And then the image to the right is looking from underneath the trellis structure. We're not showing the louvers that would close and create even more shade in that area. It's just kind of an open framework for the rendering. But you can see the picnic areas and open hardscape space that would knit into that hillside.
Questions? John?
Just a quick one. Again, the picture that you have up there, just asking about accessibility issues. Like, for example, you even have a drawing there of somebody in a wheelchair, but that person wouldn't be able to get up to the top of this configuration,
Right.
the way it looks now?
Right, so the student body for the entire school, you'd either be coming out the K wing right at that lower level, that lower terrace level, or you'd be coming out, you'd be inside the school taking the elevator down and out the old service door around that pathway that you see on the left-hand side of the left image. That's how students would use the space. That's how students would access the space. Because right now, the historic entrance, there's a set of steps there, and then there's a set of steps inside the building. Yeah, Scott?
Yeah, what Chris is referring to is if a student is coming to this area, they would come out of the entry over here and come around, and there is an accessible path that comes around in that direction. And then it's really never been our intention to declare the old historical entrance as a accessible entry, because even in the 90s when the work was done, it was acknowledged that that was not possible. But it's about the access is around this perimeter and a path that slowly slopes to that area from that direction coming out of the building over here.
But how would someone in a wheelchair on that picture, on the slide on the left, wouldn't be able to access the area that's black surfaced?
That is correct. The access would be down lower. We could get a ramp up to that area, but it would take a significant amount of area if the goal was to try to get to all of that upper area as well.
Mm-hmm.
We can take a look at that. The accessibility doesn't have to be provided, for example, to all tiers, but we could certainly take a look at what that impact would be, trying to do that.
Anyone else? Lindsay?
Just in terms of a quick comment about that, I don't know that, other than a slightly different view being up higher, that there's actually educational experiences or purposes up on that pathway that would, a student or a community member that has disabilities would be missing out on from that black path, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think like all the spaces that would be being used are accessible from the other part of it. And so I'm not entirely sure that losing green space to put a ramp up there is actually going to gain a lot there. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just not, I don't really know that I mean, I kind of understand why there wasn't access built in up there, so.
You're correct in stating that most of the activity is being brought down to that lower level. The outdoor learning, the school gardens, the playground is all down at that level. And currently, I think the school gardens are up just beyond that black path between the pathway and the school building, and that's coming down. So it's more of just a
No,
path,
Claudia,
connector path.
Judy was first. Please identify yourself for the audience at home.
I'm Judy Fallows, I'm the garden coordinator, and actually Stacy was telling me, the principal at Lowell, that there's a garden classroom behind that right-hand
It's
big
right
tree.
over here, yep, inside the,
Could there be a ramp coming out of that classroom onto that level? Because the apple trees are up there and the grapevines are up there, and I
We-
don't know that they're going to move.
you would literally just come out of that classroom, go down the hallway and come through the doors. The access is right there to come out from right adjacent to that classroom, to that area.
So there is access
Yes,
to the garden classroom?
sure.
Is the garden classroom?
Now, Claudia.
Yeah, let's go back to that plan.
So Scott, are we having a swimming pool here? Because it seems like this big blue splash is there, and it's kind of changed the whole feeling of the front of the building.
I will address that in just a moment. I just want to point out that the access we're talking about from that science classroom is right down here. So it's just coming out and coming right down this way, and this is the path we're referring to that takes all the students out to that garden area. This is the garden area that is focused on the garden program that Chris was referring to, and the access is coming right out to that area. So it is accessibility.
Actually a secondary path, sloped path right there.
Yes, and there's a door that comes out right here, and again, a path up to that area.
And
The, the blue is just representing that playground surface. We haven't selected a specific color for that, but I would agree that in that image, it's quite offensive.
It kind of looks like a mini turf field, so. Lisa.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Feltner. I'm a District B Town Councilor. Just a comment on this beautiful front-facing Lowell at the top there, but I do want to put a plug in to look at this again from an accessibility standpoint. And I don't know if the Commission on Disability or other experts could weigh in on this. I know it's difficult. I could speak, it's at my own church, actually. We had a long discussion about entrance and accessibility and how we tend to really separate accessibility and say, you know, here's the ramp over here, and here's for everybody else. So I'm not sure if I'm reading this correctly, but to me, you know, there's this wonderful plaza. I could see kids playing on the steps, you know, jumping, musical games, all kinds of things. But visually, to me, the way this reads right now, it's really not for everybody. So I would just encourage some more thought about this whole front, which looks beautiful for able-bodied person, but people with different kinds of disability will be shut out of the space the way I see it looking right now.
Just, yeah, and we certainly want to make all of the amenities in the school accessible to everybody. And we probably haven't done a good job being clear about it, but this is, for us, this is not entry and exit to the building. It hasn't been for the last 20 years. It's not now. It's not in this scenario. All of the students, whether they have accessibility challenges or not, are coming out to this area from this location. This also happens to be the location where the elevator is located. So even if we wanted to try to make this accessible, it would involve bringing an elevator into the building in this location. It's the reason it was abandoned as an access point, even in the 90s. And so our goal is to have all students coming out of this location to come to this resource and make it available from that part of the school, which is, keep in mind, is really the main entry to the school, even though the formal facade of the school is on this side. The main entry is just opposite this area on the other side.
My only other comment is where you have the gardens for the kids is all concrete, it appears to be, it looks like more concrete than gardening areas, so that's going to be a really deep heat sink there, as well as the front where you have these so-called plants between the steps. Everything's going to be fried out there. That's an awful lot of sun exposure, and we don't need to look at a bunch of dead plants either.
Fair enough. I mean, this is,
Could be better.
yes.
It's not your imaginative style.
This is,
I just have to say it.
this is a graphic representation that certainly will continue to evolve.
Anyone else?
It's the danger of presenting a three-dimensional image that is not, fully resolved yet.
Maybe you should preface all of your presentations by stating that. We can move on.
So, to more exciting topics.
Asbestos.
We just recently completed the hazardous materials investigations at all three schools, the Hosmer, the Cuniff, and the Lowell. And as a reminder, when these projects were being proposed as renovation addition projects, all three of them, we only had to deal with the hazardous materials in the building that were going to be disturbed as part of those renovations. As long as any asbestos, for example, is non-friable and is completely concealed, then it's, it poses absolutely no danger, hasn't for years in those schools. They're all tested regularly, and the report is produced annually confirming, an ADHERE report is produced annually confirming that there are no friable materials in the building, they're all safe. But once we decide that we're going to disturb an area, then we have to deal with that. And then certainly once we decide we're going to demolish the building, everything changes and we have to deal with all of that hazardous material and removing it and making sure it's disposed of properly. So subsequent to all of these projects being proposed as new projects, we knew that when the summer arrived, we were going to be able to gain access to them and do more investigation and determine the scope of hazardous materials, primarily asbestos in all of those buildings. So a lot of sampling was done all over the buildings. There's a 60-page plus or minus report on each building that shows all of the sampling that was done, quantifies all the materials, and converts that into cost. And we were surprised. The Lowell remains in the renovation addition category, so we only have to deal with the hazardous materials that we're going to disturb there. So it really hasn't changed, but we were surprised at the Cuniff and the Hosmer regarding how much, again, very safe, non-friable, no threat, asbestos was in those buildings, and that will have to be removed as part of our construction. The most unusual thing we found was at the Hosmer in the 1955 building, or the original Z-shaped building. There was a technique utilized that we've only seen a few times, where in the exterior wall, the actual physical exterior of the wall of the building, you have the brick, and then you have a layer of asbestos damp proofing, and then you have the block. And so that's a very costly situation to remediate for demolition. And so when, and this is a very brief summary. The report will be available for everyone to take a look at, but this is a very brief summary at each of the three schools of the materials where we did find asbestos, and it shows the percentage that was found. Again, non-friable, often concealed, but would have to be dealt with if the building is going to be demolished. And then you can see, and this is a summary, there's a lot more detail to these costs included in the full report. But for the Hosmer, for example, the estimate for abating and removing the asbestos in that building prior to demolition is just under $800,000. At the Cuniff, it's just under $300,000. And at the Lowell, again, because we're not disturbing many areas, it's $130,000. These numbers will be incorporated into the current cost estimates for construction that are being developed. But we did want to let you know those reports are completed. They'll be available to facilities. We can certainly turn them over to the building committee and post them online. Other than the quantities that were found concealed, there are really no surprises there. The report clearly indicates that there's nothing dangerous about what was found. Most of it's completely concealed, and all of it is non-friable. So, but we did want to summarize the results of that.
Steve?
Are those costs, at least in terms of scale, consistent with what you were expecting, or are those?
They are not. They're significantly more than what we were expecting. We had utilized the ADHERE reports to try to make a guesstimate because we hadn't been able to get into the building and do this kind of detailed investigation. And an ADHERE report really doesn't test to the level of detail that these tests were done, not nearly as many samples, not nearly as much destructive demolition. For example, we literally had to cut into the exterior wall to find that material on the wall. So you'd never do that as part of an ADHERE, and the ADHERE reports looked very clean, which is good because that means in all the places that you'd be moving through the building, you wouldn't be exposed to it. But we utilize those for just some guesstimates, if you will, early on. But these numbers are significantly higher than what we had anticipated based on those reports.
Can you give a sense of how much is significantly higher? I mean, just a ballpark.
I think that we didn't prepare the total project budget, but as I recall, there was somewhere around $400,000 included in that, and these are, up over 1.2-ish million.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to reiterate or echo what Scott had said about the fact that with our HERO reports, I mean, we're really looking at, what's visible, what's, in the buildings for when we're there day to day. And, I think about like the library at the Hosmer is covered in carpet, so that's one way that we encapsulate asbestos. So until you start going under that, that's when you start to uncover this. But in terms of health and safety for our buildings, we are perfectly there.
You're really in good shape, and I should have been super clear about that because it's really important. There's a long history of ADHERE reports that clearly identify and inspect the safety of all the buildings, and the majority of this material we found involved destructive demolition of the building to get to it. Like all of the mastic that we found underneath tile, we had to remove layers of tile and go down and dig to find that. And you would never do that unless you are getting ready to demolish the building because it's completely concealed. The last thing you want to do is disturb it. We only do that because we know that in anticipation of demolishing the building, it will have to be removed. So this is a completely different kind of analysis than the ADHERE report. And all of those were very good. They're just the requirement for those in terms of destructive investigation is, 0 versus what we're completing here.
Anyone else? Continue on.
The other thing that was recently completed at all 3 of the schools over the summer was a geotechnical investigation. And this is different than the test pits that Andrew was describing earlier. These are all borings. As you may recall, last year we did a round of borings at all the schools, but we didn't know exactly where the buildings were going to be placed. And then as we moved into design development, we had always planned to do another round of borings that were more specific to the exact location of the buildings. We would say overall this was really good news. Everything that we found with the geotechnical borings was really good news. There were very few surprises. Most of the soils are sandy silts and gravel, which as long as you control that during construction, meaning if you were to look at the detail of the reports, and these are very lengthy reports also, but if you look at the detail of the reports, there are recommendations on being cautious to make sure you don't get it wet and don't keep it exposed wet during construction at certain times. That's very common. The recommendations point out that we can do shallow footings on all 3 of these, in the case of Lowell, the addition, and then the new Cuniff and the new Hosmer, which is really good news. The borings did not meet The majority of the borings went to a depth of 15 to 22 feet, and with only a couple of exceptions, did we meet any kind of refusal, meaning anticipated rock or ledge or anything like that. One of them was at the, one of them, oddly enough, was boring 104, as I recall, at the Hosmer site, which happens to be right here. And it was probably, I'm sorry, it was boring B4 at the Hosmer site, which was probably a fluke because when you move over to the B107, it was perfectly fine. So that's probably just some isolated stone underground. Everything else was 15 to 22 feet, which is great because we're not going down even close to that deep with the footings and foundations. Even though in Andrew's analysis, they found high groundwater. The groundwater is well below where we would need it to be for any of the footings and foundation for the building, and you would see in the geotechnical report that we don't have to provide any kind of filtration system for the perimeter of the foundation as a result of groundwater. So essentially, everything associated with the report was, at least in our opinion, was good news, and that we'll be able to utilize that now to finalize the structural design on the footings and foundations. We did include in here, and this is just showing if it is a single-digit number, it was one of the borings that was done last year, and then the triple-digit numbers are the borings, that were done this summer, and now we've combined those in a single report. For every one of these borings, there would be a log in the report that would show you exactly what they found as they went down into the soil. It characterizes the soil in terms of incremental depth and what they found moving down and where they met refusal and the type of soil it was. And it goes into a lot of detail, all of which, quite frankly, doesn't matter to us. If they tell us it's good and we get to do shallow foundations, that's good news. But those all represent the borings that were done in those two phases. This is a sample of one of those boring logs. And you can see this is the depth that they went down in 5-foot increments. And this is how far this particular boring ended up, which is B102. And so you can see this is B102. It's right off of Concord, in front of the existing building. And you can see this one actually went to a depth of 22 feet and never met refusal. They just decided they had plenty of information and they could stop. And you can see the silty sands characterized as they're moving down through and each 5-foot increment. Collectively categorized as glacial till, which means was deposited there well before our time by likely by colliding glaciers. And you can also see, it also gives you an indication of the topsoil depth. You can see here at about 18 inches, 1.5 feet, they went from topsoil to that sandy silt. Now, I will say on all of these sites, you would see in the geotechnical report that they identified that they encountered asphalt, concrete, organic material, which sometimes means material that was topsoil at one time, and then they excavated and they buried some topsoil down low. There's nothing concerning about that. It was very common at the time that these projects were built that on the perimeter of the building, after you excavated for the foundation, you just took whatever was around and you pushed it back in up against the foundation wall to fill it in. We see it all the time. And it just means that we have to excavate that material, in many cases 4 to 6 feet of it, underneath the building to make sure we get to good virgin soil, but that's very common in construction where you're replacing an existing building. So. As a civil engineer, Andrew can't resist saying something about these borings, so I'm going to let him say something.
I just want to be, if somebody compares the borings to our test pits, we're going to have something in our test pits that's called estimated seasonal high groundwater, which if you look at where they encountered or did not encounter groundwater in the borings is two different things and could be significantly different. One of the reasons for our drainage and for the discussions we're going to have with the DPW and the engineering, we actually have to get in, and there's indicators in the soil that will tell us that at times of the year, water gets this high, and we have to design above that. That can be significantly different than what you see at the time they took the boring. So I just want to, in case somebody looks at both of those things and says, hey, why is there a discrepancy in what they're talking about groundwater, that would be why.
One other thing that I want to mention is we took the opportunity while the borings were going on to do a completely separate activity that is sometimes confused with geotechnical work, and that is we did soil characterization. We had a consultant do soil characterization on all of these sites, and that means not characterizing it for structural reasons, but characterizing it for potential contamination, because we have to characterize the soil, because when the contractor comes on site and he's determining if he can dispose of it or not, the first thing he's going to ask is, has it been tested for characterization? So that was done on all 3 of the sites, and we were very happy to see that the soils on all 3 sites came out clean. The soil can be reused on the site. It can be deposited in lined or unlined landfills. There are really no restrictions associated with what was found in the soil characterization process. So that was really good news as well. Again, just showing a sample boring. This is from CONF B102. This happens to show you that they only went to 15 feet in this particular boring, again, because it wasn't necessary to go any lower. And these are the borings that surround the addition at the Lowell site. I believe it was Paul that expressed a concern about when they did the 1996 edition, they did encounter some ledge in that area. Only one of these borings met with refusal. I think one of them met with refusal at about 5 feet, but one right next to it went to 15 feet. So there wasn't anything in that area that suggested that we were at the depth that we would be going for footings and foundations, that we would be encountering a significant amount of ledge. So that was good news as well. And just an example of a boring from the Lowell. We will make those available and get them posted on the website for anybody to take a look at. So any questions associated with that?
Nope.
Okay. That wraps up our portion of the presentation.
We have some time if you want to do some more or are you okay?
I think that's good. I think that if we, typically on the geotechnical and on the soil characterization, if we had found some complicated and challenging soils conditions, this would be a 2-hour presentation just on those and explaining why they're going to impact costs and what our options are and what we might have to consider. And it wouldn't be uncommon at all for us to spend a couple hours on that, but because everything did come out clean on the characterization side and very good on the geotechnical side, our report tonight ended up being much shorter on that than we
So
expected.
we got some good news tonight and we got some bad news tonight.
True, and it wasn't our intent to attempt to
Right.
balance those off, by the way.
I neglected to say that Vivian couldn't be with us tonight, but Mike Carroll is here for Hill. And I know, Mike, you wanted to update us on something?
Yes, hi. We just had one small update. We have been working with the design team to come up with the RFP for the commissioning agents, and we've gotten that complete. So we have entered it into the central register, so it'll be available as of next Wednesday, August 28th. And we're going to be getting that information over to Heidi Perkins because she's going to be delivering the packages out and collecting them back in. Any questions will be coming to Vivian, and we'll funnel them through the design team to the committee as needed.
And thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
Scott, do you have anything else? Okay. Sustainability Committee, I want to go there first. John, do you have anything?
No, we didn't meet this time, or the last time. I did have an exchange with Scott about, we might meet next time. I think you're looking for an update. Maybe Scott can speak to that, an update on the design development documents with respect to sustainability analysis.
As the committee knows, we have a sustainability consultant that specializes in helping us ensure that we achieve the highest level of sustainability, and then tie that to scoring with regard to LEED. That consultant now has our design development documents, the entire set, and you saw the significance in terms of order of magnitude, the size of those sets. So it will take them some time to get through those design documents and evaluate them in their entirety. And when they complete their work, we certainly can share their feedback with regard to where we stand at this point in time. We've said, and I think we've mentioned it in the past, this is a good sort of benchmark for us. The design development is a good benchmark for sustainability. It's a good benchmark for cost, but even if it's likely the consultant will come back and say, you know, make recommendations on how we can achieve the LEED goal, and then we'll be presenting those things to the building committee in terms of choices on what it's going to take to try to get there.
I do think that would be a good conversation first at the subcommittee level to make some recommendations to the full committee, because we could get bogged down if we don't, but thank you.
A lot of it will certainly come down to cost, because we suspect that the consultant is going to recommend some material. We've said all along, materials and resources has become a very challenging category to do well in, and we suspect the consultant is going to make some recommendations on some materials that we could introduce into the building that would be more green and sustainable, so we're going to have to attach a cost to those, and then we're going to have to present those and review them with the subcommittee, as the chairman points out. So this is not something that's going to happen quickly. It will take some time and involve some discussion.
Okay, thank you. Scott, thank you very much. We'll continue and Mike, thank you. We'll continue our meeting shortly. We have to, yes.
I just have a general question. So I apologize, I wasn't here last meeting, and I know since then we've received the design development documents, which are,
They're in the other room.
they're in the other room, hard copies are?
Well, there's a bunch of stuff in the other
Yeah.
room.
So can you say, or Scott, so what are the steps that are going to follow here? I mean, at some point, as a building committee, do we approve some of those documents? Do we hear a recommendation from the
Sure.
OPM on
No,
those
it's a
documents?
good, it's a good question. The OPM is currently reviewing those documents.
Okay.
But the critical next step is really us getting all the cost data back on design development. And we as a team, you know, Mike, AI3, Hill International, AI3, are going to have to get all the cost data in, vet it, take a look at it, and prepare a presentation to the building committee on what the costs are for design development, make sure those are in line. We said all along that it would be highly unusual to come in on any project at design development and say, hey, we're way under budget and everything's perfect. It's likely that there'll be some budget constraints, and we'll have to put some things on the table for the building committee to consider. And so it will take some back and forth and some discussion about what definitely needs to be in the building and what things could be adjusted and changed in the building that would save costs. And until we get to a point where you're comfortable with the project and the cost, there'd be no vote on design development. And then once there is that vote on design development, then we would, you know, clearly would be moving forward. But there's, and the sustainability discussion is going to be a component of that, because when we get into a discussion about costs and whether we want to change materials, for example, so there will definitely have to be a series of meetings where we discuss the cost of the project, value management items, and those kinds of things. And we've said, I think, I don't remember if it was the last meeting or meeting before, we showed a schedule that essentially said this month of, the month of September would likely all be spent discussing the project costs and trying to get to a place where we could hopefully approve design development.
So then, just in terms of timing, so we have a meeting early in September.
September 4th would be our next meeting.
September 4th. So you would anticipate some of that feedback at that point, or will it take longer than that?
I'm going to suggest it's going to take longer than that. And one of the reasons is that because of the way the council met in July and August, the first reading to sign the contract with Hill, for the money to sign the contract with Hill, was at the meeting in August. We're not going to be approving that hopefully, until the first meeting in September, which will be after September 4th. So while Hill is working, expecting that they're going to get paid, they don't have a contract that's signed by the town manager at this point. So that could put some time constraints on the cost estimating portion of this.
Okay.
Can I ask Scott a question?
Yes.
Ellen Rothman, Fairview Avenue. So, Scott, I just happened to hear on NPR last night that the price of lumber is down, is half of what it was a year ago, having to do with supply and demand, and it'll right itself. And then we know the tariffs, they're here, they're gone, they're coming at Christmas. How do you, when you have those kinds of fluid, I mean, how do you, what sort of assumptions are reflected in the costs?
Sure. It's the reason we stay out of the cost estimating business. But we
What,
do
the
have.
OPM does that? Who does
No,
it?
we have a consultant that we hire that specializes in following those markets. And what they do is, and so does Hill International, by the way, they have a consultant that specializes in doing cost estimates on these kind of projects in this market with this kind of volatility. And what they do is they track all of those things literally on a daily basis, the way things are moving so quickly now. And they include escalation factors and contingencies and even tariff contingencies and all those kind of things built into the cost estimate. And we don't like it because all of a sudden, it's an unknown and it adds to the cost, but they will definitely be building all of those things in.
I mean, this was a revolution. I assumed there would be escalations, but the fact that lumber costs half of what it did, maybe we should make these all wood. I don't know.
The steel market's really volatile right now. The subcontractor market for specialized trades is really volatile. By volatile, I mean that they're becoming very scarce, and it's getting very difficult to get subcontractors to bid on portions of the work. And the cost estimators that each one of us utilize are very aware of that and are updating their information daily. In fact, I think our cost estimates have been ongoing. We were supposed to get all that information today, and I talked to our estimator, and literally one of the reasons that we're not going to get it until tomorrow is because they've been trying to take a look at literally the most recent data and include all of that in their cost estimates.
Anyone else? Okay, yes.
I had a really quick question. It's
Yes.
mostly for Hill, just because it's about this project. I know that we're still sort of onboarding OPM and stuff, but I feel like we haven't had a discussion about who or when or how or what's going to go on it for communication and online presence stuff. And I'm just a little worried that we just haven't talked about that and really got it going, and I don't know when we get to fit that in.
Vivian and I have talked about it. Unfortunately, without a contract that's signed by the town manager, we can't do a lot of
No, that
things
makes
right
sense.
now.
I think it's good to just update people where we're at in that process, because we haven't talked about it.
We will, once we get a approval from the council for the loan, to be able to have the manager sign the contract.
Okay.
Scott, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mike, thank you. Our next item is high school update, but we're not going to go there until Scott and his team.
Brief intermission.
Yes, we'll have a 1-minute intermission.
I told him just keep it on.
that responded to the request for services. The designer selection panel reviewed 8 proposals, including a proposal from AI3, which is the discussion why it is that we're not having them present in this discussion. And the group discussed the different proposals, and at the end of the discussion, we rated the proposals individually, and at that point in time, the designer selection panel determined that they were going to move forward 3 finalists for interviews. They invited them back for interviews, which will take place on September the 17th. So the 3 architectural firms that were invited back were AI3, JCJ Architecture, and Jonathan Levy Architects. So those are the 3 architectural firms that will be interviewed on September the 17th. At the culmination of those interviews, the designer selection panel will then vote and recommend an architect to the school building committee, and from there, hopefully, we will successfully negotiate a contract and begin our feasibility study in earnest. I would like to say that the designer selection panel commented on the pool of applicants in general. They indicated that this was the best pool that they have seen in quite some time, which leads us to believe that Watertown is a hot commodity and people really were interested in being part of our projects. They also commented pretty strongly that AI3's proposal was the most thorough and well put together, so that was very exciting as well. Our role on the panel was to, after we went through all 8 of the proposals, to speak about anything that we wanted to, and we certainly spoke about our experiences with AI3 in the elementary project. So I just want to acknowledge the fact that our OPM was present at the meeting. They can't participate, but they were certainly present, specifically Tim Bonfatti and Christy Murphy. We also had some community members that were present for the DSP, and Stacy Phelan and Shirley Lundberg. So it was great to see a contingency that was there to support our building projects moving forward. What I found to be most exciting was reviewing the 8 proposals and just seeing the creativity and the thoughts that went into all of the options that are available potentially for our projects. And I think the most exciting thing is that on September 17th, we will be able to announce to the community the architect that's been moved forward to this committee. So,
If we can potentially come to a successful
Yeah.
contract agreement.
yes. Yep. So, as Mark alluded, it's interesting because we are working with one of the finalists, and we definitely have a separation of those relationships, and we will conduct any conversations around this outside of Scott's presence.
Yes, and again, I want to reiterate the fact that the MSBA was clear that we can't have contact for the high school, anything to do with the high school, because they are one of the finalists. And I do want to thank Dee Dee for making it a point that pretty much all of the members of this committee said that the proposals were, in particular, one of them said, by far the best they've ever seen. And that most of them commented that AI3's proposal was the best one out of the group.
34, 17, 12.
Well, I just want to say, I want to also thank 2 committee members that have come to all these meetings, took the time to go downtown, Elodia and Jimmy, thank you, to follow what happened, and it was an interesting process, I think, for all of us.
Can I say something?
Please.
What I thought was really pretty amazing is one of the architects that was on the panel said, I could only hope that someday one of my clients would speak about me the way Watertown has spoken about AI3. And I also want to say that Mark did such an amazing bang-up job in that meeting. Everybody could hear him, for one, which was really tough, but it was amazing. He just was on point, full of energy, looking at these people directly. I had heard a lot that these meetings are very intimidating. They had no idea who they were dealing with in this meeting and the people that were coming to represent Watertown. It was phenomenal. It was phenomenal.
It was a team effort.
No, I'm saying the team, that they were all sitting there and we got to see it, and these people were blown away. I'm just telling you.
And by the way, they don't let anybody in the public speak. There was a room full of people, I think, from all the firms, but they don't let anyone even ask a question. Any other questions, comments? Councilor Picciarelli.
I will just say that I wasn't there, yesterday, but what I've heard from those of you who were there, does not surprise me, because if you look at the amount of effort we have as a community have put into the school building process since 2014, and not the amount of effort and the amount of vision of what we want as a community and where we want to go and our financial ability to actually achieve those goals. I think that, the school community is fairly insular in the state, and I think the word is out that, we are serious and we mean business, and we know what we want, and we are have a vision for the future. And I think it's exciting to live in a community when people outside the community have that view of you. So, and I think that's a testament to all of us on the council, on the school committee, and then the members of the public who have worked really hard over the last 5 years to get us to this point. So, good to hear that, and looking forward to moving on with the next project.
I also think there were 3 or 4 residents from Watertown on the panel.
Yeah, 3 residents for sure, and 1 that had lived there in the past.
Yes, one that used to live here, and the chair says he shops at Russo's. But it was interesting to hear from the people also that live here. If there is no other new business, our next meeting is September 4th. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.